weekend, whenever it's best. Okay. Good morning. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is September the 25th. The time is 9:10. My name is Carolyn Stapleton, and I'm serving as the chairman today. My colleagues on the panel are attending by Zoom, Jerry Ledoux and Steve Prater. The panel at DOC today is in headquarters Baton Rouge. Headquarters staff, please introduce yourself for the record.
Yes, Tom.
Cavalier.
Sherelle.
Okay. Our remote location today is at St. Mary Law Enforcement Center. And is there any staff in the room, which I see there is? Will you please introduce yourself for the record?
Lieutenant Thane Dushek.
Dushek?
Yes, ma'am. D-U-S-E-K.
Okay. Okay. Let's see, the inmate. Where's the inmate at? I don't see the inmate.
He's here. Move around. See if he'll. It's one of those 360 cameras. It's supposed to pick him up.
Okay.
You can come sit him. If it's not going to pick you up, come sit here.
Okay, for the record, Mr. Hurst, will you please state your name and your DOC number?
Verse 602588.
Okay. It was determined that you are not eligible today for appointed counsel. You aware of this?
Why not?
Do you have your questionnaire that should have been signed?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
You got that? And so you didn't sign it, you put refused. But based upon the answers on this questionnaire, you don't qualify for appointed counsel. So that's the reason why not. Okay, so your case today has been assigned to Mr. Steve Prater. I'm going to pass it along to him, and he will read the violations against you and ask you for a plea on each one of guilty, guilty with a statement, not guilty, or not guilty with a statement. So at this time, I'll be turning the hearing over to Mr. Prater, and he will take the lead on your case. Mr. Prater.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Hurst, am I saying that right? H-U-R-S-T?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You got several violations of particular conditions that you agreed to in order to be paroled out. These conditions you have violated, it appears, and that's what I want to talk to you about. The first one is violation of condition number 2. It says you failed to report monthly, and you have not reported to your parole officer since June the 9th of 2023. Is that true or not?
I don't really recall the dates.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I said I don't really recall the dates.
Okay. Could it possibly have been a couple of years since you reported to your parole officer?
No. I've been in jail for like 15 months so far.
Okay. Did you, so I'm having trouble deciding, you can't remember, did you ever fail to report to your parole officer?
Yeah, at times.
Okay. All right, that's good enough. Okay, the second condition that you're supposedly in violation of it, condition number 4, which says that you're not supposed to be involved in any criminal activity. Have you been arrested before while you were on parole? Have you been arrested?
Yeah, been incarcerated, no.
Okay. And according to what I have, and I'm not gonna spend a lot of time reading all these because there's 6 pages of these, but you were arrested a number of times. Let's see. I'm gonna read these. I don't know if these are the warrant times or the times that that the actual crime occurred, but home invasion on March the 17th. Then illegally carrying a weapon, possession of firearm with a obliterated serial number, illegal carrying of a weapon in the presence of controlled dangerous substance, possession of firearm by a convicted felon, possession of methamphetamines, and resisting an officer. Were you arrested for all of those?
I was arrested for buku charges, but I never committed now one of the crimes that we'll be talking about.
Okay, let's move on. Aggravated second degree battery. You were arrested for that. 2 counts. On May the 31st, you were arrested for that also, correct?
May the 31st.
Yes, sir.
No, I come to jail. I come to jail June 25th of
Okay, this is
2000.
okay, that's when the warrant was signed, so you evidently were already in jail. You were arrested by the Louisiana State Police on February 24th of 2025, charged with second degree murder, first degree attempted murder, 10 counts, second degree kidnapping, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, possession of stolen firearms. Were you arrested for all of those?
Yeah, on June 25th.
Yes, sir. So you could already be in jail and have charges put on you, but you probably know that.
Mm.
Okay. You got anything to say about that? Okay, I'm just putting these on the. Okay, you again failed to refrain from possessing controlled or controlling a firearm or a dangerous weapon. That's violation number 5, and I've got 4 different times you were charged during the commission of these crimes with having guns with no serial number, guns because you're a felon, second offense. Were you arrested for all of those too?
I guess.
Okay, so we all agree that you were arrested for a lot of things on a number of dates for a number of crimes that occurred on different dates. Do you agree you were arrested for all of those things? Did you commit any of those?
No.
You didn't do any of that, huh? Okay. All right. Number 6, violation 6, you failed to work at a job approved by your parole officer while on supervision. Did you have a job for any of this time when you were out on parole?
Well, I was cutting grass, but I guess that doesn't count as working, I guess.
Okay. All right. And number 10, you owe $2,079 on your parole fees. Is that true or not?
I've been in jail I've been on paper since 2012. I was supposed to have a 5 years. I got a 5 year with a suspended sentence of 10, which is illegal, and I paid $6,000 since I've been on parole.
But you still owe $2,000. Is that correct or not?
I don't see how.
Okay. All right. So you're pleading basically, I can't determine if you're pleading guilty or not guilty to all of these charges.
My guilt said that.
Okay, not guilty to nothing. That suits me. Madam Chairman, I have no other questions.
Ms. Ledoux, do you have any questions?
I have no questions. I'll be prepared to vote.
Okay, I have no questions either, Mr. Prater. At this time, the board will vote, and Mr. Prater, since you are the lead, you will vote first.
Okay, my vote is to revoke your parole because of violations of conditions 2, 4, 5, 6, and 10.
Okay, Ms. Ledoux,
My vote is to revoke based on non-compliance during his period of supervision with all counts that we have noted.
okay. And my vote is to concur with Ms. Ledoux and Mr. Prater. So today your parole has been revoked, and this concludes our business at 9:20.
So
I don't see him on DocuSign.
I don't have him on DocuSign either.
No, we did not. Oh, they weren't.
Thanks.
Them doing it. They said it wasn't them.
There's models on right there.
Yeah.
What it say?
Yeah.
What's going on? When they just got me on the status. So where everybody at? I just got me on here sitting for no reason, man.
Okay, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is September 25th. Time is 9:47. My name is Carolyn Stapleton, and I will be the chairman today. My colleagues on the panel are joining us by Zoom, Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Steve Prater. Is there staff in your location, sir, where you're at? Mr. Jefferson, you're on mute. Mr. Jefferson, can you hear us or speak?
I'd like you to,
Yes, ma'am.
you hear them?
Oh, yes,
She's
yes.
right here.
No, they hear you?
Well, asking what staff around.
They hear you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and our remote location is LaSalle Correctional Center. And staff, will you please introduce yourself for the record, please?
Let me go get them.
Oh,
They need you in here. You need you to state yourself for the record.
Hello?
yes, ma'am. Would you give us your name for the, please?
I'm Officer Barbara.
Okay, thank you, officer.
Okay, you ready for him again?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay. Mr. Jefferson, go ahead and give your name again and DOC number for the record, please.
RYNELL Jefferson, RYNELL Jefferson, JEFFERSON, 605401.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a questionnaire in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so according to the questionnaire, you do not qualify for appointed counsel. You're aware of that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, at this time, your case has been assigned to Mr. Steve Prater. He is going to ask you questions about your violations, and he will explain the everything to you. And also, he's going to allow your supporters to speak also. So, Mr. Prater, I'm turning the hearing over to you. Must be on mute.
Okay, Madam Chairman, let's hear from the supporters because I don't have their names or anything.
We'll do that right now. Okay, you have support, and I believe it's Cronteria Allen. She's your girlfriend on Zoom. And then also it will be Chancey Jefferson, your sister, on Zoom. So Miss Allen, would you please speak?
Okay, so how much for this?
Hello, Miss Allen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, would you please tell us what you would like us to know?
RYNELL did not commit the crime. I was with him the same night.
You're his girlfriend and you're saying he didn't commit the crime?
No, ma'am, he did not commit the crime.
You know, we have pictures of a black eye and a busted lip that they took that night, which you allowed them to take. How'd you get that?
I'm not that girlfriend.
Oh, you're a different girlfriend. And so you're saying the other girlfriend.
The baby mama.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. So you're saying he didn't. Anything else you'd like to say?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So at this time we will go to Chancey Jefferson, his sister. Are you Chancey? Hello? Are you Chancey Jefferson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what would you like to tell the board?
Well, the Oh, baby mama was supposed to say it was supposed to happen at my residence, which I didn't occur to see none of it.
You were there? You're saying you were there and
Yes, ma'am.
nothing
Yes,
happened?
ma'am. And he was home that whole night with Quantera.
Okay. Mr.
It's not the first time he did it.
Okay, Mr. Prater or Ms. Ledoux, do y'all have any questions of his supporters?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right, well, thank you very much then. Okay, at this time, I'm going to turn the hearing over to Mr. Prater.
Mr. Jefferson, how are you today?
I'm all right, sir.
Okay. When you get out of jail, when you get on parole, you sign a list of things that you agree to. These are
Yes,
called
sir.
conditions of parole.
Yes,
And
sir.
according to your parole officer, there are 4 that you seem to have violating: 2, 4, 8, and 10. We'll go over those quickly. Number 2 says that you failed to report for the month of March 2025. Is that true or not? That you failed to report to your parole officer?
He had my number or whatever. I told him I didn't have a ride, so I didn't make it.
Did you talk to him?
Yes, sir.
You talked to him on the phone, told him you didn't have a ride, but is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let's move on. So you're saying you're not guilty of that?
Yes, sir. Well, I just didn't have a ride at that time. This a whole year and something I've been out. This is my first time missing. Not been able to see him.
All right. Condition 4, you were arrested on March of 2025, a few months ago, for battery of a dating partner, Destiny Daniel. And she had a swollen left eye and a busted lip, and she contends you held her down and punched her in the face.
I got found not guilty of that or whatever.
Well, that's not exactly what I have in the record. It says that you pled guilty in July of 2025 for disturbing the peace and got 90 days in jail.
But for being loud, like I have my witnesses saying that none of that happened. I just played after that. They just gave me that disturbing the peace for being loud.
For being
Just to get
loud.
out
But
the,
where were you loud?
I just played after anything just to get it out the way. It never happened. I never did a batter or anything. I was with my
Okay.
girlfriend, Quanteria Allen, the whole day.
You weren't even there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're saying you weren't there, but
I
she
got
came
found
up.
guilty for, I got found guilty for being loud for, that's it. They
But
never,
if you, where were you? That's what I'm asking. At what location were you loud at?
my sister house,
You weren't with Destiny when you were loud?
I wasn't with her at all, period. I never got found guilty of being with Destiny or hitting get Destiny at all.
So just so I have this right, you were charged with battery of a dating partner,
Yes, sir.
but they dropped that charge on a plea bargain
Yes, sir.
that you pled to disturbing the peace
For being loud.
for being loud somewhere else.
No, they just wanted the conviction, I guess.
That I'm having trouble following that, but I don't think I'm going to go into a lot of detail about it. Okay, condition 8, you tested positive for THC. You know what THC is?
Marijuana.
Yes, sir. You tested positive for that. You were ordered to go to the Natchitoches Behavioral Center for some programming, and you failed to show that you had done that, did you go to the Natchitoches Behavioral Center?
My parole officer, Paul McLaurin, said, as long as I have my prescription, I didn't have to go.
Okay, where is your prescription? He said that you never showed up with that. You never showed
It's
him that
over there at
card.
the house in a car from Good Day Farms.
Okay, when did you get that prescription?
Um, like right after that,
Right after that.
they
Okay.
told me to come with my prescription
Okay, well,
for
see,
anxiety.
that's a problem. You didn't have the prescription when you took the drug test.
No, sir.
Okay, and number 10, violation of condition number 10, it says you owe $816 parole and probation fees. Is that correct?
I was enrolled in school. I was trying to get help paying in school.
So
And
you're
nobody helped me paying. Nobody helped me paying. I don't have a job. I was just going to school, barber
okay.
school.
Okay. So you admit that you owe the money,
Yes,
correct?
yes, sir.
You admit that you tested positive for the drugs. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
You admit you did not have a card at the time that you took the drugs. Is that correct?
Yes, my parole officer told me as long as I have a prescription, I didn't have to go.
But didn't you tell me you got the prescription after you had taken the
Yes,
blood test?
that's what he told me. All I need is a prescription. I didn't have to go.
Okay, but you didn't have it. Okay. All right. That's all the questions that I have.
Ms. Ledoux, do you have any questions?
I've fully read the report. I don't have any questions.
Okay, I don't have any questions either. So at this time, the panel is ready to vote.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll begin with the board member assigned to your case, which is Mr. Prater.
Mr. Jefferson, I believe that you are in violation of conditions 2, 4, 8, and 10, and because of that, I vote that you be revoked.
Ms. Ledoux?
I concur with my colleague. My vote is to revoke.
And I concur with my colleagues. My vote is to revoke today on the same conditions 2, 4, 8, and 10. That concludes our business today, and the time is 10 o'clock.
Well, shoot.
Hello, Mr. Holly.
Hello?
Good morning. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is September 25th, 2025. The time is 10:06. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm serving as the chairman on today's parole panel. My colleagues will be joining us by Zoom, Steve Prater and Jared Ledoux. The panel today is at DOC headquarters. Today, our remote location is LaSalle Correctional Center. With the staff at that facility, do you have anyone in there with you, sir?
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
No, ma'am, there's no one in here with me. There's someone behind me outside.
Worry about it. Okay, that's okay. We're not going. You're good. Okay, will you please introduce yourself? Say your name and your DOC number, please.
My name is Ernest Sharp. My DOC number is 78990.
Okay. All right. I'm going to read some information record, and then I'm going to ask you to verify it at the very end. Okay.
Okay.
All right. You're a first-class offender. Your offense is for distribution of controlled dangerous substance, meth. Your sentencing date was June 21st, 2024. You were sentenced to 5 years at hard labor. Your parole date is August the 26th, 2025. Your good time date is February the 26th, 2026. And your full-time date is May the 27th, 2029. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, is there anything that you would like to tell us as to your explanation as to why you're incarcerated today and why we should release you early?
Ma'am, I'm incarcerated today because I passed over some methamphetamine to a confidential informant, which was a previous friend of mine, and that's why I'm incarcerated. And to be released, I have two sisters that are, my mother just passed away this 2 or 3 weeks ago, but I have two other sisters that are, their health is bad. I need really to be there for them and help them as best as I can, and help with my family. I have a son that's mentally challenged that I'd like to be there to help with him and be a productive member of society.
Okay. All right. Normally at this time, if a warden or someone is in the room, when we ask them if they have anything that they'd like to say about you, the person that's right outside the door, or did they know anything about you, or they're just a member of staff?
They know about me. They've known me since I've been here.
Okay. Just, you can ask if they'd like to step in and make a statement, just so we.
I'm sorry. Would any of y'all like to step and make a statement for me? I mean, you work with me.
Yeah, I work with you in the kitchen.
Yeah. This is Mr. Street. You want me to hand the mic over to him?
Okay.
Okay. I guess.
Oh, yes. Hello.
Okay. Is there anything that you would like to tell us about Mr. Sharp?
I worked with him from the time he got here. Well, after about a week, he got here in our kitchen up here at the prison, and he's always been patient, very explanatory on everything that he's done. He's always been slow and methodical with everything he's done. He's been honest. If I've asked him a question, he's always given me a straightforward answer. I really never had any problems out of him. As far as I know, he's always listened to everything somebody's told him, and in every encounter I've had with him, he's been very, very patient and understanding with all of our rules and regulations.
All right, Mr. Street, thank you very much for your input.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we have some supporters, and the first one is going to be your sister, Miss Latham. Are you ready to speak, Mr. Latham?
Okay, can you hear me? My phone is unmuted now.
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
Okay, what would you like to say about your brother?
Excuse me if I'm a little emotional.
That's okay.
Our family's just been through a lot. I'm sorry. Our mother just passed away a few weeks ago, and I'm just emotional still. But what I want to say about my brother is that he's been a very good human being his whole life. He was a very well-respected business owner in our town and very well loved. And people in our town are still constantly checking on him, praying for him. He's always been known as a very good person. I still don't hear bad things about him. Everybody loves and supports him. He's always been a really good person, but he's always wanted to help the underdog. And I think that he went above and beyond to help people, especially as a business owner in our town. He went above and beyond to help people, but he always helped the underdog. And sometimes when they're drowning, they'll pull you under too. And I think that's kind of what happened. But I think he learned his lesson and he'll never do this again. He's a good Christian person. And I don't think he'll ever do anything like this again. He'll be a productive member of society again. And I do believe that he's going to be just fine if he's released. We need him. He's our only brother. My two sisters are sick, like he said. Both of them are on disability, and one of them is not doing well at all. We just really need him out to be able to help with everything since our mother passed. But even beyond that all aside, I believe that he deserves to be out because I think for what he did, he's served it his time, and he has honestly learned his lesson. I believe he'll get in a good church and a good recovery program, and he'll be fine.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Latham, and my condolences on the loss of your mother.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, now we're going to go to Cindy Sharp, your ex-wife.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Sharp? What would you like to say? You need to unmute. Can't hear you. No, not now. Still can. Y'all have any suggestions? Click your microphone. Click your microphone. Do you see that? We still don't hear you. Okay, your microphone would say audio in the left-hand corner of your screen. Look for that. Are we just, what, y'all gonna call her? Okay, we're gonna call you. The staff is gonna call you. Okay, ma'am, what would you like to say about your ex-husband, Mr. Sharp?
I'd like to say that because my sister would need him out. I need help with my son, and he is a great person, and he's do anything in the world for you. And I think he just got down to a low point in his life, and he was looking for something. But I think he has learned his lesson. And like I said, his mother just passed a few weeks ago, and we just need him out. And I just think, like I said, that he has learned his lesson.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Sharp.
You're welcome. Can I hang up now?
They said, okay, yes, ma'am, you can hang up now.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sharp. Okay, Mr. Sharp, at this time, I'm going to turn over your case to Mr. Prater. And he will continue the interview, and then later he will cast the first vote. Mr. Prater?
Okay, Mr. Sharp, are you doing okay today?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. And yourself?
Okay. First off, you said you handed over some drugs to somebody.
Yes, sir.
Is that the same as selling, distributing?
Well, I didn't sell them. I didn't sell the drugs to him. He had been up with his mother days in, days out, and I told him I didn't do drugs anymore, and that he asked me if he could find out from somebody where he could get some meth, and I told him, I said, I don't know. Well, he kept on calling, and I just broke down, and I said, well, there was a fellow that come by my house, and I said he had something. He was staying up day and night with his mother. That was, and actually he is a deputy, a lieutenant here at the facility that I'm housed at. Been here the whole time that I've been here. We talk. I don't have any animosity to him. I could just say this, he probably saved my life in a roundabout way. But he asked me, and I finally I gave him some, and I told him, I said, I'm not selling it. I'm not no buyer, seller, whatever you call it. And I just handed it. I mean, it was
Did he give you any money back?
He didn't give me any money, but after he left, and the next day, there was a $20 bill laying on my counter that I never knew who left it, because I had Christmas tree there and some decorations, and it was in those decorations there was a $20 bill, and I know that he had to have left it. And I don't know why he left it. That's when I realized that I probably did the wrong thing.
Where'd you get the dope?
Where did I get the dope? From
That's it.
A friend, and he drove over to my house. He's actually incarcerated here.
Okay, according to the police report, you sold dope 2 different times, sold methamphetamine 2 different times.
I gave it to him. Yes, sir. I gave it to him both times, but I didn't sell it. I never took any money for it. Well, he bought Mayhaw jelly. He bought Mayhaw jelly from me, and I don't know if they've got that crossed up, but I did not take money for that. But he did buy Mayhaw jelly, because I make a lot of Mayhaw jelly.
Yes, sir. In the Mayhaw jelly, somebody put the methamphetamine, a bag of it, in the lid of the Mayhaw jelly. Is that correct?
On one of them, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, see, you kind of. Never mind. I don't want to get into all that.
I'm sorry. But that's the only one that he got.
Okay. What was you pled guilty to 1 count. You were charged with 2 counts. You pled guilty to 1 count. You were given a 5-year sentence. How much time have you been in jail?
Almost 16 months. I think it may be a little more than 16 months now.
Have you had any programming, substance abuse programming?
I went to DC2 to get program the classes, and they didn't keep me there but 2 days and sent me to DeQuincy. I stayed down there 2.5 weeks at DeQuincy to get work to get some good time classes, and because of my medical, they shipped me back here.
Okay.
And so because of the insulin and stuff that I was taking, they sent me back here, and I've been back here ever since.
Okay.
I've never been in any confrontation with anybody here.
Have you ever had any pre-release programming, re-entry programming?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you ever requested that?
I have. That's when they shipped me to DC2.
Okay. All right. I don't have it. When is your good time day? When are you getting out anyway?
Well, February is my DS date. I think it says on my rep sheet DS in February 20 next year, but it's on the 26th of February, I think.
So you're getting out in about 5 months anyway, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Madam Chairman, that's all I got.
Ms. Ledoux, do you have any questions?
No, the offender does not have the required classes needed and doesn't appear to have the time to do those. So I don't have any other questions.
Okay. All right. And I have no questions either. So at this time, the panel will vote. Each member will state their vote and the reasons. And we'll start with Mr. Prater because he's leading this case.
Okay. My vote is that this request be denied because of the fact that I think he's still denying his drug use, his drug crimes of distributing something as serious as methamphetamine. I think he's not being truthful with us. He hadn't had the classes. He's only served a number of months on a 5-year sentence, and he's going to get out in 5 months anyway, regardless of what we decide, just because of the state of Louisiana laws. And so my vote is to deny this request for parole.
Okay. Ms. Ledoux?
Mr. Sharp, my vote is to deny based on the fact that you lack the necessary programming.
Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Sharp, my vote is to deny also. And I agree with Mr. Prater. I think you were very, you had to ask a lot of different ways how you did things instead of you just coming out and saying that you put the dope in the Mayhaw jelly jar. So that was kind of unnecessary. So have a unanimous vote that you've been denied today. The time is 10:24, and we will be, this concludes our business at this facility, and we're closing out at LaSalle Correctional Center. The committee, you read, okay, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is September the 25th, 2025. The time is 10:38. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm serving as chairman on today's parole panel, and my colleagues are joining us by Zoom, Mr. Steve Prater and Ms. Jerry Ledoux, and I am at the DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. And the remote location is going to be at Concordia Parish Correctional Center. Do we have staff there?
Yes, ma'am. Melanie Book with the Department of Corrections Transition Specialist here, housed at Concordia.
Okay, all right. We'll probably ask you in a little while if you have anything you'd like to say, but just one second. Okay, Mr. VIVERITO, am I saying that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you please introduce yourself and give your DOC number for the record?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Donald Viverito III, DOC number 765571.
Okay. Mr. Viverito, I'm going to read some information into the record and then you will be asked to verify it. Let's see, you are a first-class offender. The offense was for molestation of a juvenile under the control of supervision, and it was 2 counts: oral sexual battery of a victim under 15, indecent behavior with a juvenile under 13. The sentence was for 15 years, and because they all ran concurrent. You had a 15-year sentence for the molestation, another for the other molestation, 7 for the oral sexual battery, and 7 for the indecent behavior with a juvenile. Your parole date is 11/12/25. You're not eligible for good time. Your full-term date is 11/12/2033. Is all of this correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's see. All right. Now this time, will you please state to the board why you believe that you were incarcerated, your reasons, and then why you think you should be released early?
Okay, ma'am, I have something written down. Is it okay if I read that?
Yes, it is.
Okay. It says, "Good morning, members of the board. I'd like to start off by saying thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today and to thank everyone in attendance for allowing me time out of their day. First and foremost, the reason I'm incarcerated today isn't because 1 or 2 bad choices of the reason why I'm here, but because of a lifetime of them. Choices that led me down a path of total destruction of both my morals and my integrity. I stand here today fully aware of the mistakes I've made and take complete responsibility for my actions. No one else is to blame for the choices I made that brought pain and harm to others, disappointment to my loved ones, and shame to myself. I'm deeply remorseful for the pain I've caused to everyone involved directly or indirectly, and for the inconveniences I've caused to the state and its judicial system, and to y'all for taking up y'all's time. Every day I reflect on the consequences of my actions, not only the legal consequences, but also the emotional and spiritual cost to others and to my own life. I now understand that true accountability means more than just serving a prison sentence. It means being completely honest with myself, making amends wherever possible, and doing the inner work to make sure I never go down the same path again. Since being incarcerated, I've taken serious steps to change. I've participated and even facilitated some programs like Thinking for a Change, Living in Balance 1 and 2, LA Risk Management, Celebrate Recovery, and every other rehabilitative class offered at my facility that I'm eligible for. While taking these classes, I also took the time to reflect on all the choices in my life that led me down the wrong path. As I said earlier, I no longer blame others or my circumstances. I personally made each and every choice and take full accountability. Since realizing how bad of a person I had become, I've now dedicated myself to continued personal growth and spiritual healing. I've given my life to Christ, and through his grace, I've found purpose, peace, and direction. My faith has taught me humility, discipline, and the importance of serving others. I truly believe that coming to prison has saved my life. If granted parole today, my plan moving forward is clear and structured. I have open charges in another state, and after addressing those charges, I have a stable place to live on my family's property and have lined up potential employment with a local tree cutting company, along with many other hiring businesses in that area. Because all of my support is out of state, I ask you today to allow me to serve my parole in Mississippi pending an interstate compact agreement. In that area, I will also be able to stay connected to a faith-based support system through the local churches that offer 2 recovery programs, Celebrate Recovery and Restoring the Broken. They offer mentorship programs, community outreach, and I've already been in contact with a few of the pastors who have offered to help guide me through reentry and get me enrolled in the Christian-based recovery and accountability groups offered to help ensure I stay grounded. If for any reason these groups don't work for me, I've also received the information and support of another program that I'm currently in and facilitating on how to start a local chapter of this faith-based support group in my new local area. Along with these programs, I've also located a sex offender treatment program offered both in person and online to help ensure I stay focused and grounded in that area as well. I tried to take this program while I was incarcerated. I had my name submitted for it, but I was never pulled for that area, and it's not offered here. All of these options and opportunities will help guarantee I stay on the right path in all aspects of life and help me avoid the people, places, and patterns that contributed to my past behavior. With all this said, I know words alone aren't enough, but it's what I do from this point forward that matters. I just hope you can see that I've used this time to truly change. I'm not asking for a second chance just to be free. I'm asking for the opportunity to live right, the opportunity to be a son, a father, a neighbor, and a man who adds value to the community rather than one who takes from it. If granted parole today, I will do everything in my power to prove you made the right choice in giving me a second chance. And while I know I can't undo the past, I can live to honor the future by how I live from this day forward. Lastly, once again, I'd just like to thank everyone here for giving me this opportunity and their time. And to everyone who I harmed or inconvenienced in any way, shape, or form, whether they're present or not, I know these are posted on YouTube. I want to apologize from the very bottom of my heart. I'm truly sorry, and if there is any way I can ever make amends for the pain I've caused, I'd be extremely grateful to do so. Thank you again for your time and consideration and everything you do.
I'd like to hear from the staff if she has anything to say.
Hey, good morning. We sent in an email with a progress report on Mr. Donald. We also sent in several certificates. Mr. Donald's been here for a good amount of time. He works as a trustee in our IWF. We have no discipline reports on file. He has completed numerous programs here, all the ones that we could offer. We have referred him for the sex offender treatment program, but as y'all are aware, we have very few of those programs in the state right now, and the waiting list for those are very long. So we did attempt to try to get him to one of those programs. Do you need me to list all of the programs he completed, or?
No, ma'am, but I did want to ask you, there is another program, pre-release programming. Do y'all have that available?
No, ma'am. He has to get transferred to another facility for that also.
Okay. All right. So those sex abuse and the pre-release would have to be at a different facility.
Yes, ma'am. He also is part of our Christian-based programming, and he's one of the lead. He helps facilitate some of the programs that they do in the Christian-based dorm.
Well, I'm assuming that they have the education, but it says here no education given at intake. So what is your grade level?
I graduated high school.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, ma'am, thank you very much for your input. I really appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. At this time, we're going to speak to your mother. What would you like to say?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Juanita Daigle. Thank you for the chance to speak in support of my son. I'm here not just as his mom, his cheerleader, but a firsthand witness to the total transformation while here at Concordia. It's been incredible. Donald came into this system with a past that he's deeply regretful of, But what has happened since then has been life-changing. In the years behind these walls, he's embraced the opportunity to rebuild his life. He completed every class and participated in every recovery group offered. And he's also requested multiple times to be relocated to any other facility to be able to attend all other rehabilitative courses, but was not given that opportunity. Through all of the support here, he not only turned his life around, he became a leader, a mentor, and a guiding force for others. The support letters you have before you reflect the deep trust and complete confidence that so many have in his ability to thrive on the outside and continue his positive work in the community. He will have housing on 8 acres of land that I personally own in Laurel. He has developed a plan to build his own home there, and having him back near family will be my biggest blessing. I'm now disabled. I have my 74-year-old mother that lives with me, and having him back to help us with just everyday things would be a big help. As his mom, I've seen firsthand the struggles that our entire family has faced through all of this. And with my disability, his help means more to me than ever now. He has proven his commitment to make amends, into doing the hard work of rehabilitation, and to being a productive member of society. He just prays for the chance to show the world that he has learned from these mistakes and is ready to give back to his community. I ask you to consider the man he has become, not just the man he once was. Please give us this chance for my son to come home, to continue his journey of redemption, and to build a life that reflects the growth and change he has worked so hard to achieve. Thank you to everyone who has ever helped, guided, or ministered to him. It's truly remarkable the changes he has made with your assistance in this facility.
Amen. Thank you very much. At this time, we have opposition, and it's Detective Jeffrey Bergeron from the Bogalusa PD. Would you like to speak, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Although listening to Mr. Viverito's progress and everything, I am opposed to him getting parole or early parole, based on the fact that this was his child, and as a father, no man should do that to his children. And I'm sure that he's doing great work within the prison system, and maybe God is calling him to continue his work there, and where he can touch more lives there. But knowing everything that this child was put through, not only by him, but also by his mother and the rest of the family, I cannot in good faith say that he should get released early.
So thank you very much. Let me see if I've missed anybody. All right, your case has been assigned to me today. So I have a question that's, as the detective said, this was your stepdaughter.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
when the reality of this became known, she said that this started when she was 6 years old, and she was 13 years old at that time, that this was on a regular basis. Will you please describe what you did to your child?
It wasn't on a regular basis. It was for a while, but it wasn't common. But I asked her to perform oral sex on me.
Okay. Did that happen with one of her friends also at any time?
Yes, ma'am.
So there was 2 children involved with this.
Yes, ma'am.
What would you think that this is done to their how they see men and trusted individuals in their life, how do you think maybe this hurt their opinion or how they see life in that respect from what you did?
I think I tore them apart. I think I've planted the wrong image of men into them, something that'll carry on for the rest of their lives. I can't begin to explain. I wouldn't know, but I know I've caused very, very, very bad trauma. Like I said, something that will probably carry on with them for the rest of their life. And
How old were you when this happened? How old were you when you were doing this to this child?
uh late 20s, early 30s.
Okay. So let me ask you, so we've got two little girls that you had a fantasy, I guess, to have sex with, and which most men don't have, thank goodness. So what would make us believe that when you would get out that that's not still in your mind that that's what you would like to have?
Um, During these years, for a very long time, I know my charges don't reflect it, but I was a very bad drug user. Multiple different drugs, and not just a little bit. I was in excess with it. Um, some of the drugs I have researched because, like you said, not very many people have these thoughts. So I tried to dig to see why I might have these thoughts. And some of the drugs that I abused have been known to cause just messed up thinking, and some of them even cause sociopathy. And from what I've found, it the only treatment for this is they call it cognitive behavioral therapy. It's through therapists and support groups and stuff like that. There is no medication for it. I've tried to find any type of rehabilitative program to help not be not to do this anymore, not to even have those thoughts, to try to find the root cause of the problem and address it there. And everything that I've researched and found said to stay in therapy groups. That's why I've been so stuck on doing the therapy and helping others with the same type of problems and the same type of thought patterns and stuff like that. Since being arrested and all of this going on, I have been sober for over 7 years. I don't, I've even quit smoking cigarettes. I don't take any type of medication other than something to help me sleep at night. Um, I'm done with that life. I'm done with being a nuisance, being uh, a menace to the society. I'm just trying to do what's correct. And from what I've learned in here, I feel there's more help that I can receive on the outside. It's hard for me to go to therapy and stuff here. I
Okay.
can, so
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. When you say that you're passing it along to other inmates, what you've learned, and I know you said you had thinking for a change and stuff, but when we asked about the sex offender treatment program, they didn't have that available there. That's my understanding. So you wouldn't have gotten it, correct?
correct.
All right, it's something that hopefully if that there's Steve Hoyle that has, the sex offender treatment program. That's a different facility. Maybe that's something we can recommend. And so I was just wondering how you were able to help other people when you weren't getting the help you needed yourself. So, but we're not going to go into that. We're going to move along. Does my colleagues have any questions?
I see where you do have two outstanding charges in Hancock County. One is also a sexual battery. Is the victim of that the same victim in this case, or is it a different victim?
That charge, whenever I took my deal here, the DA here, because of the time span, contacted Mississippi, and Mississippi's aware that I'm gonna be trying to live there when I get out. So they wanted a conviction as well. It's the same charge, the same victim. They just, because during that time, I had lived in Mississippi as well. So they called it a dual conviction.
But it is the same victim.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you also have a controlled substance from
Yes, ma'am.
2018. Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Prater?
Yes, ma'am. Let me ask you something. In 2004, you were charged with a sexual battery, but it was no true build in the grand jury. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
What was this? Even though it is not true build, you know the details of the case. What was that about?
Me and my ex-girlfriend went to a party. We weren't together at the time. We showed up separate, and we were both underage, and there was alcohol there, and we were both intoxicated. Uh, we ended up having sex that night. It was consensual. The next day, she thought that meant that we were going to be back together. And when I said that I didn't want to be back in a relationship with her, she was angry and went to her grandmother and told them that I had raped her. After they brought it to the detectives came and talked to me about it. After I answered the questions, they charged me with sexual battery and I bonded out. They gave me a $250 bond and I bonded out. And about a week later, she told the truth to the detective and they dismissed the charges. So the sexual battery, we did have sex, but it was consensual. However, I do realize that if I would have never put myself in that situation to be at a party drinking underage and conducting myself in that way, that would have never happened.
Okay. What about the 2018 domestic abuse battery and first degree rape charge in Bogalusa?
That's this conviction.
That's this
Yes, sir.
that we're dealing with?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right, that's all the questions I had.
Okay, is the panel ready to vote?
I
Yes.
am.
Okay. Okay, well, myself, today, I'm going to deny your parole. You have law enforcement opposition, DA, AG, and the sheriff's office. And also due to the heinous nature of a sex crime against children. And it went on for 7 years. So you do need more programming for sex offense and pre-release. And then I'm gonna request that if possible, that they transfer you to a DOC approved sex offender program so you can get the help you need, sex offender and substance abuse. Mr. Prater?
I concur with what you've said. My vote is to deny this request.
Okay, Ms. Ledoux?
Donald, I appreciate the work that you're doing in incarceration. I hear sincere remorse. I will not be able to release you without the sex offender treatment. So my vote is to deny. However, I am stating and will write that I would like for you to be transferred to an appropriate facility where you can receive that treatment and you can have another chance in the future.
Okay, all right, well, Mr. Viverito, your parole has been denied today, and the time is, and it's for the reasons that we all stated, and the time is 11:03. And we're signing off at this location. Okay, good morning, sir. This is the Committee on Parole and it's called to order. Today's date is September 25th, 2025. The time is 11:11. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'll be serving as the chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are joining us by Zoom, Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Steve Prater. And I'm at DOC headquarters. And the location, remote location where you are at is Ouachita Parish Correctional Center. Is there any staff in the room to introduce themselves for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, it's Deputy Marchand.
Oh, Deputy Marchand. Okay. All right. And with the inmate, will you please introduce yourself with your DOC number, please, for the record?
You don't know your DOC number? It's on top right here. My name is Mark Andrew Cox, DOC number 747880.
Okay, let me see here. All right. Do you have the questionnaire in front of you?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. According to the questionnaire, you are not, you cannot receive appointed counsel. I just wanted to let you know about that. And you didn't hire counsel, correct?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right. So, at this time,
I'll go ahead and read out his violations if you'd like.
Yes, I would like that, Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Cox, your case has been assigned to me. I'm going to read some allegations about violations of your parole, and I need you to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. You can provide guilty with a statement. Number one, you never initially reported after being released from jail. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Number two, violation two, you have not reported since being placed on parole.
Guilty.
Number three, you are not living at the provided address and have not given a correct address.
Not guilty.
And number four, you were arrested on 4/7/2025 for violation of a protective order, and a parole violation warrant was signed 3/13/2025. On 8/4/2025, you pled guilty to violation of the protective order, 2 counts, and was sentenced to 4 months in the parish jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so guilty. Mr. Cox, I'm going to dispense with asking too many questions. I've read the file. I've read the letter from your mom. I've read the letter from your neighbor. Just to let you know, I am very familiar with this case. My concern is a protective order is only a piece of paper, but requires the force of law enforcement behind it. And violation of a protective order is extremely serious situation for me. And so I'll be prepared to vote after my colleagues have the opportunity to question you.
Hey, do we still have on Zoom his mother, Ms. Okay, we have his mother, Ms. Paula Cox, that would like to speak. Hold on just a second. Ms. Cox, go ahead.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm here.
Okay, what would you like to say for your son?
Well, I sent a letter and I hope that the board received it.
We did.
I appreciate so much the opportunity to speak for Mark. In the letter, I stated that this should have never happened. Mark has never been. I mean, Mark lived with me since off and on since 2000, and he has never been violent to me. He's never put his hands on me. He's never been cruel to me. It was unfortunate the day that it happened that he got arrested in January the 4th of 23. Now he served that time. And according, I read the report, and it did state that there was a protection order. When they released him in February of 24, he called and asked if he could come home. And I said, no, I have to check about this protection order. I called the clerk's office. They could not find one that had been submitted. I called the DA. They did not have anything on file. And I also spoke to Ouachita Parish Sheriff's Department. They had nothing on file. So I let Mark come home. Now, that wasn't, as my understanding, it didn't get filed until April when they came to pick him up for violating the protection order. I have tried since April to get it qualified. I talked to Felicia Alexander, which is the coordinator here in Ouachita Parish. She sent me to court April, May, June, July, and August. And each time I was in the wrong court under the wrong judge. And they kept telling me I had to go to Judge Sharp's court. Now, in August, the last time I was in court, I called Miss Alexandra and asked her to please set up a time that I could go to that or show me what to do to cancel this protection order so he can come home. She told me that there was nothing she could do because Mark had to be incarcerated. And I said, well, the DA released him in August. However, Parole had a hold on him. So he's still in OCC. And she said, well, there's nothing more you can do. Nothing. She said, do not write a letter to the judge. Do not go to the judge's office. Do not ask to speak to the judge's associate. I said, in other words, you're not going to help me in this situation. And she said, no, ma'am. Now, I don't know. And this whole thing was unfortunately, his charges were unfortunately, he was not believed. He was not. And I don't know.
Ms. Cox,
I think he needs to come home. I know he's grown a lot, matured a lot. I think he's had time to reflect on his past. He wants to, he has job opportunities waiting for him.
Ms. Cox, I can understand, your frustration and you're upset. There's no opinion I can offer for you today. And your son has been able to hear everything that you had to say, and we all did, and we appreciate your phone call. But I just don't have any idea who else you can talk to. So is that all you are to say for your son today? That's Miss Ledoux, did you have something you wanted to say?
He has a very close full-term date, so.
Okay. Yes, it's full-term date. Let me look on there and see. So that's something that may make you feel better. But there again, you still have to make sure that protective order is taken care of like you were trying to do. Cause you don't want. All right, so, we're gonna move on from now. Are you okay with that?
That's fine.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you so much for calling us. Okay. You're welcome. Okay, Ms. Ledoux.
Yes. Mr. Cox, you're a third class offender. So,
Third class? I
pardon
thought
me?
I was a second class offender.
Now, according to your master prison record, it's third. You can get that taken care of while you're there too. You know that you're supposed to report. You know the rules of parole, and I feel like it's very clear that you violated those rules. You do have a full term date that is near. I don't calculate time, but with you being incarcerated now, you do have a full term date near. So my vote today is going to be to revoke you. And you need to get those questions of your class taken care of, and you're violating the protective order, okay, before you get out. But my vote today is to revoke.
Hey, Mr. Prater.
I concur with everything that was said.
Okay, and I also concur with everything that was said. So the decision today has been unanimous that you have been revoked, and the decision has been made at 11:22. Okay, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is September the 25th. The time is 11:28. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm serving as the chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are joining us by Zoom, Mr. Jared Ledoux and Mr. Steve Prater. I'm at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. The remote location is still at OUACHITA Parish Correctional Center. Is there anyone in the staff with you that can introduce themselves for the record, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good morning again, Deputy Marchand.
Oh, Deputy Marchand. Okay, thank you. All right, and would you introduce yourself, sir, with your DOC record for the record? Will you see a
Jamie Lee Hester Senior 4700356.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Do you have the questionnaire with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. According to the questionnaire, you are not eligible for appointed counsel. So just wanted to make sure you knew that. And let's see, your case, you don't have anybody here in support of you. So your case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux. And would you like to start the hearing, please?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Hester. Is it still morning? Oh, yes, it is. Good morning, Mr. Hester. How are you today?
I'm good. And you?
Good. Mr. Hester, I'm going to read the allegations of violations against you, and then I need you to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and then you can make a statement if you need.
Okay.
Violation number 3, you absconded from supervision on October of 2023, and your whereabouts were unknown until your arrest on 6/18/2025. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Okay. Number 4, you failed to refrain from criminal activity as shown by your arrest on 6/18/2025 on a contempt of court warrant for disturbing the peace by fighting. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Okay. And number 10, you are in arrearage for $1,577 on your supervision fee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I plead guilty.
Okay. Mr. Hester, I read the your supervising officer's notes. Let me see if I understand correctly what may have happened. In May, you were released and you were doing okay. You were seeing your officer and you were excited. You had family coming you'd never met, and then it went south fast. You and your family had a very bad
experience. Yes.
And then you started walking and you made it, you were sleeping outside. So you absconded supervision. That's called absconding supervision. However, you went to West Baton Rouge Parish and you told them that you needed some help because you were living under the bridge and you had not been reporting. They sent you to St. Clair for you to get treatment.
Yes, ma'am.
You then said you need to go to Rayville because you need longer treatment. You told the officers that you were doing drugs and you needed help. Then they sent you from Rayville to a sober living home.
Yes, ma'am.
Where you and a housemate got into a fight over a pair of pants. Both of you got in trouble.
He got kicked out and they gave me a citation. A citation to go to because I had called the police because I was asleep getting ready for work. And he came. It's a big old dude. I wear a size 34. He wear like a size 40.
Yeah.
So I was,
Yeah.
it is
I read the report. But you didn't show up for court.
No, because I was new in the area and I ain't know nothing about the area. So I take full responsibility for that.
Okay. Mr. Hester, in everything I've said, what was your number one problem? What did you not do? What was your biggest mistake?
when I went to the sober living house, I didn't report. Like I didn't follow up to like I didn't really know like to get in touch with the parole officer because my parole officer, well, the West Baton Rouge parole officers, they called my parole officer in the food parish. He gave them the okay to send me to the hospital and everything. And by me focusing on my recovery, I forgot to report because I thought he know where I was at. And I just focused on my recovery all the way till they arrested me.
That is exactly right. You know, according to the master prison record, you're a fifth felony offender. You've been down the road like this before, haven't you?
I mean, not like I've been down the road, but not like
So tell me what's different this time.
this time, like way different. Like I've been down the road, but this time was different because the reason why I'm really like in this position because of me awakening on my spiritual journey, breaking all the general curses on both sides. I was left a big old inheritance, and they were trying to kill me for that. They were trying to kill me for my inheritance, but you can't tell these kind of stories to everybody because these the kind of stories that they write off and say that he crazy. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay.
I had to keep all this information to myself. That's why I say this time is different.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Have you been diagnosed in the past with any kind of mental health problem?
No, ma'am. That's why I say what I say. Because when you speak about these things right here, they label you as crazy.
But
And I
maybe would you think that that might be when
why
you were
why
when
why I would think that's why would I would think I'm crazy?
I didn't say
Oh,
you're crazy. So while you were at Rayville, did they help you understand your addiction and address all the issues that you had? Were you doing?
I mean, my addiction, like I ain't really like my addictions, and like I only did drugs because I was tired of sleeping under the bridge, and I know what it took to get into the program. That's why I did drugs. That's why I put drugs in my system. And I know what it took to get into the program. So by me putting the drugs in my system, getting in the program, I used that to even work on myself even harder. And I stayed focused. I ain't never took drugs again after that. I
Okay.
only used drugs just to get into the program because what I was going through.
Because you needed to get away from your family
I needed to get it away from my family.
and you needed a place that was safe,
And I needed a
secure.
place to stay.
And it was better to do drugs and go sent to recovery than to be on the streets under a bridge.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Prater?
No, ma'am, I don't think I'm getting into this.
Okay. I have no questions either. So, Ms. Ledoux, it sounds like the panel is ready to vote. Would you like to vote, please?
Yes, it's going to sound counterproductive. My vote is to revoke. However, he's got a full term date that is very close. So,
My full term date is overdue already. It been passed.
I know that. But you don't understand your time stops when you got a warrant for your
I thought
arrest.
it kept going. I thought your time kept going.
I voted.
All right. You ready for my vote, Madam Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Prater.
I concur.
And I concur. So at this point, the decision is unanimous that your parole has been revoked. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is September the 25th, 2025. The time is 11:45. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm serving as today's panel on the Parole Board. My colleagues on the panel joining us by Zoom is Steve Prater and Jared Ledoux. I'm at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. The remote location is Ouachita Parish Correctional Center. And with Angela, pronounce your last name for me, please.
HAESSLEY.
HAESSLEY? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you please give your name and DOC number for the record?
Yes, ma'am. It's Angela HAESSLEY, 725-693.
Okay, I'm going to read some information into the record. All right, let's see. You're a third-class offender. Your offense was distribution of Schedule 2, 2 counts. You were sentenced to 6 years at the Louisiana Department of Corrections at hard labor under each count to run consecutively. Your parole date is February 19th, 2026. Your good time date is May 1st, 2027. You have a full term date of February the 20th, 2035. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Will you please give me and the board the reason that caused you to become incarcerated and why you think you should be released early?
Yes, ma'am. I'm incarcerated because I was selling drugs. The reason why I think I should be released is because I've tried my hardest these last 2.5 years. I've been on work release for 23 months now. I do work 2 jobs. I took a semester of Ashland while working the 2 jobs. I think I have the tools that I need to go home and do really good.
Okay. You have in support here today, Michaela Perry. Am I saying that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your goddaughter. Would you like to, Miss Perry?
Yes, ma'am, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's having a great morning. I'd first like to start by saying thank you guys for letting us say a couple words and show that she has a good support system back at home. My name is Michaela. I am her goddaughter, and I'm also currently her children's caregiver while she's away. So since she's been incarcerated, Angela has gotten a chance to get away from all the negative influences and find her true self. She's been blessed with a consistent job that allows her to interact with others in a positive way and put smiles on the faces of others as they come in and greet her. She's gotten a chance to figure out what she wants to do with her life beyond what she may have thought was even possible before being in this program. She's gotten a chance to participate in a few college courses that I believe will help her begin her career. The job that she has allowed her to gain a savings, which she plans to purchase her own land and a house that she'll be able to call her own when she comes home. She has also been able to send money home for her kids to help support them. She's also been given the opportunity to continue with the company that she's been working for at a location whenever she comes home. I think that her time being incarcerated has really given her a chance to restart her life in a way that she has chosen and not one that has been influenced by the negativity around her as in previously. We are all really so proud of her consistency and the drive to make more of herself that she has found within the last 2 years while she's been away. I feel confident in saying her time being incarcerated has really helped her to find the person that she wants to become and has given her the steps needed to begin a new life. We look forward to seeing her build a new life and a better life than she's had before. My family, along with her 2 sons, are her biggest support system, and we are beyond ready to have her home and to be her support as she continues to build a new life for herself.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you.
Okay, Courtney Eastman, your employer. Would you like to speak now?
Yes, ma'am, I sure would.
Okay, what would you like to say?
I manage a couple of hotels here in Northeast Louisiana. Angela has worked for me at 2 of these hotels, at Comfort Inn and Quality Inn, for 23 months now. She started out at one hotel and then took on a second job at another hotel that we have. She has never missed a day of work. She goes above and beyond for her coworkers and our guests that come to check in and out of the hotel. Everyone there loves her. She also helps me with my manager duties as well. She trains our new staff that comes through, and she's just a great worker. She works very hard to be able to send money home for her sons and still provide for them, even being in jail. I'm very proud of her and everything that she does for me and for the hotels. And we do have another location close to where she will be getting out and going to that she will have a job opportunity to work at when she is released. We are so happy to have her on our staff. And she has done a great job. Like I said, she's never missed a day of work. She goes above and beyond. She's never called in. She takes up extra shifts when available. And we are just happy to have her as part of our team. And we look forward to continue to having her on our team when she's released as well.
Hey, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. At this time, your case has been assigned to Ms. Jerry Ledoux, and she will begin the interview with you, and she will cast the first vote when it comes time.
Good morning, Angela.
Good morning.
You must be very pleased with your support there. That was very kind. I want you to know I read the letters from your sons, and I almost cried because your sons had some very tender things to say. But I do want to talk to you. Okay, you're a third felony offender.
Yes, ma'am.
Your first crime was in 2000.
Yes, ma'am.
You've had 20 arrests.
Yes, ma'am.
20 arrests. A lot for theft.
Yes, ma'am.
If I understand, you served 8 months on your second felony incarceration.
Yes, ma'am.
And you took some classes.
I did.
And this is the longest you've been incarcerated.
Yes, ma'am.
Sounds like you do well when you're incarcerated. But it's the going home part that seems to be an issue.
Yes, ma'am.
Louisiana law is that you, to be released on parole, you have to take pre-release. I know you took it in 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
That doesn't count for this time.
Okay.
And you have to take your substance abuse.
Yes, ma'am.
And you haven't had those. Okay. And that concerns me. So what you were selling drugs? Were you also using drugs?
I was.
Okay. So how long do you think that you've been a user?
Since 2013.
Okay. And what kind of programs have you been involved in to help with your drug use?
I was in Celebrate Recovery when I got bonded out on this charge. I was out for 2 months. I was in Celebrate Recovery in Logansport, Louisiana. My son passed away in November of 22, 2 months after I was released. I still stayed sober because I wanted to do good, even though I knew I was coming to jail. I already knew I was going to get time, but I was still trying my best to do good. So I did attend a Celebrate Recovery. It's on Church on the Rocks in Logansport.
Okay. Have you ever been married?
Yes, ma'am. Twice.
Okay. So the 2 children you have, are they biological brothers?
Yes, ma'am. Them 2 are.
They sound
My oldest that passed away, they had a different dad.
They sound very close to each other.
They are.
I'm really concerned about your continued sobriety. I am. But my problem is to get the programming you need. If I were to parole you, you would have to be Do y'all have, Marshan, do y'all have that there? Pre-release and substance abuse?
We don't have pre-release, but we do have, I think it's the living in balance, which would be the intensive substance abuse program. It's just not long term.
Right, right. I need you to go somewhere to get some treatment.
Yes, ma'am.
That means that you would have to leave your work release situation. Would
Yes,
you
ma'am.
be willing to do that?
I would. My son graduates in May. I'd really like to be home and for that if I could.
Okay, so I'll defer to my colleagues to listen to their questions and
Yes.
make that decision.
Mr. Prater?
Ma'am, I'd just like to ask you, how old are your boys?
I have a 17-year-old and a 19-year-old.
Okay, what if I showed up at wherever you live and I sold them some methamphetamine? Just to try. Just to try. What if would you be mad at me?
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
What would you do if I showed up at your house and I sold one of your boys some meth? What would you think about that?
I'd be furious.
Okay.
I'd be furious.
Okay. Well, that's what you were doing, right?
I understand. Yes, I was.
Okay, you're ruining people's lives. Selling drugs is not a victimless crime.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
an accurate statement?
Yes, sir. Drugs ruin people's lives. So yes, I agree with that.
And yeah, they ruin everybody's life that's involved in it. The seller, the buyer,
Yes,
and the
sir.
ones that are the recipient of all the criminal activity that they cause.
And children.
I'm just concerned with taking a chance on you. Your support system is great and you sound great. But I'm like Miss Ledoux. I'm concerned. I know you can get re-entry up at Caddo Parish, not far from there. But I don't know if I don't know about the substance abuse. I just want you to be successful when you get out.
Yes,
I don't
sir.
want this again. And so that's all I have.
Okay, well, I have the same concerns my colleagues do because 20 arrests and drug abuse, and yes, you're loved by your family. There's no doubt about it, and your employer, and people have wonderful things to say about you, but that's a path of destruction. And anybody that's had someone addicted to drugs and they come over and they can't hide enough stuff because they steal so that they can buy drugs. I mean, it just goes right on down the ladder to the people that are harmed by it. And you have Attorney General opposition and DA opposition also.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Ms. Ledoux, are you ready to vote, ma'am?
May I say one more thing before?
Oh, yes, I should have asked you that anyway. Yes.
It's okay. I did put in an interstate compact to go to Texas, so I would be out of Louisiana. I would be working, but not where I'm from, but I would be working in Louisiana, but I did put an interstate compact to move to Texas with my family to get away from everything.
I would like to go into executive session if I can get a second.
Okay, I'll second it. Ledoux?
Yes.
Stapleton? Yes. Prater?
Yes. Okay.
How long did those long-term substance abuse classes start? Last.
Okay, we finished with executive session and the time is 12:05. Do we have a motion to come back into
Yes.
Okay. Second?
Okay, so Angela, you deserve to be in jail.
Yes, ma'am.
You deserve to be in jail for 12 years. That's the just thing. In the interest of public safety, I think the thing to do would to make sure you get the right kind of treatment that you can be successful on the outside. I would be careful with this ICOTS, working in Louisiana, living in a different state. Just make sure your parole officer.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to ask you one more time for the record.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be willing to leave your work release program to go to another facility to receive pre-release and substance abuse at the
Yes,
same
ma'am.
time? Okay.
I feel further substance abuse would help me to even get stronger.
Okay. So my vote today is to grant your parole conditioned upon completion of the 90-hour pre-release and your substance abuse. You couldn't get out any other way because that's by law required. And when you are on the streets, that you continue to go to either AA or Celebrate Recovery.
Yes, ma'am.
To continue your sobriety, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
That's my vote.
Thank you.
Mr. Prater?
I concur.
Okay. Angela, I concur too. We hope we never see you back here in front of us again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so at this time, you have been granted your parole conditional that you get your you finish your pre-release and your substance abuse, and then that you attend AA or Celebrate Recovery.
Yes, ma'am.
Once you release out on the street, you know.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so this concludes at 12:08.
Thank y'all.
Send someone to get her, they'll email us and let us know. I'm
Okay. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today is September the 25th, 2025. The time is 12:16. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm serving as chairman on today's parole panel. My colleagues on the panel today is Mr. Steve Prater and Jerry Ledoux. They will be joining us by Zoom. I'm at DOC headquarters. Staff, is there some staff in the room with you, or are you by yourself?
Yes, ma'am. Lieutenant Morgan is here with Paxton Greer.
Okay, Lieutenant Morgan, thank you. Okay, Mr. Greer, will you please, for the record, give your name and your DOC number?
My name is Paxton Greer, 369545.
Okay, and this is at West Baton Rouge Parish Prison?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's see. I'm going to read some information into your record, and then when I finish, I'm going to ask you to verify it. Okay, you are a first-class offender. Your parole eligibility date is 10/13/2024. Your adjusted good time date is 10/22/2026. Your full-time date is 1/7/2035. Have a total sentence left of 19 years, 10 months, and 4 days. This is a rehear, and this is for manslaughter. I'm going to turn, well, first of all, tell us why you think that we should let you out, and what did you do to get yourself incarcerated? What was your crime?
I was convicted of second-degree murder in 1995. I appealed through post-conviction relief and got relief, and they got me a diminution of sentence of manslaughter of 40 years credit for time served in 2015. And I was released after serving 20 years.
And then what happened?
I was getting I would have to say I was getting I got arrested, rearrested. From that time period, I was going through several arrests, but basically dealing with females.
Hey, well, I'm gonna let, when we get to it, I'm gonna let Ms. Ledoux get with you on that. And so why do you think you should be released again?
Because I've been incarcerated six years now. The guy, the photo that you have there, the information that you see there, the charges that you have there, the people that were affected by anything that I have done, I can only say I'm sorry so much. But it was about me, the changes I needed to be made from within me as a man, and my growth, my spiritual growth. And that's what is impacted me through these 6 years I've been incarcerated since my revocation in 2019. And I'm a 360-degree change from the guy that you're reading in that folder. Being more encourageable, I'm saved, filled with the Holy Spirit. And when you suffer for the wrong that you've done, take accountability for your action, and you suffer. I've suffered a great deal in these 6 years. My trials and tribulations are unsurmountable when the losses of my own family, loss of my son, and things of that nature there. But nevertheless, the change came from within my own heart and my own deeds. Been incarcerated 6 years, and I've obtained every 100 hours pre-release, parenting, anger management. There's nothing that as a first offender that I haven't not accomplished. I haven't had a write-up since then, since my incarceration. So I just feel like I'm fit to go back into society and be productive. I know I can. I believe in myself. I believe in the faith that I have in myself. And I think I've shown a substantial amount of work in these years that I've been incarcerated. And all I'm asking for is a chance to be with my grandkids, a chance to go to their graduations. And I'm not a failure. I will not fail again. And I apologize for what brought me before y'all. Everything that comes before y'all is an error in our actions. And I'm sorry for that. And I've apologized many times. But if I'm never given a chance, I can never flourish and grow to succeed, to being, to showing y'all the new me, because it's definitely a new me.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. You have in your support that would like to speak today is Miss Johnson, your sister. She's on Zoom.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. My apology.
Okay. Miss Johnson, would you like to speak, please?
Yes. Good afternoon to everyone on the board.
Okay.
My name is Semester Johnson. I am Paxton's younger sister. I believe in my heart that Paxton is a changed man. But like I also agree with what he says, if given a
It's frozen up. We'll come back to her. Okay, go ahead.
Are you there?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I know that it is up to you all to make the decision to release my brother and give him a chance to enter into society as a changed man. It would be beneficial to me personally. I'm not the only sibling that he has. But for me, beneficially, the help that I need from him, and not just the help from him, but if given a chance, my husband and I will back Paxton 100% in helping him to transfer, if released, into society and helping him find work. We also have a place for him to live if he is released. We have a place for him to live. We will be involved in everything that Paxton needs as far as him coming back into society, supporting him with groups in church. We are trying to support him the best way that we can, mentally and physically, and especially spiritually, because we can't do anything without God. God is our only hope in this world. And with you all allowing him to come home to prove himself, it will be entirely up to you all. We do hope and pray that you will all give him a chance to be able to come home. It has really been hard on me personally, and with the loss of us just losing a brother 3 months ago, actually. I am just asking you all if you would give him a chance and give us a chance to help him transition into society, if you all will unanimously, vote for him to be released.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go down to opposition, and that's going to be from the 21st JDC, and it'll be, she's not speaking today, but the VAC, Tamika White, and then not speaking today also is the felony supervisor there, Michelle Sparks, and not speaking from 21st JDC is Tatlin Costa. And then the ADA, Alexis Taylor, is speaking on Zoom. Go ahead, Alexis.
Good afternoon, Carolyn and board. This is not Alexis, it is Tamika. In life, things do happen, and something came up with Alexis, and she was unable to get on Zoom. So on behalf of the state, I am going to speak in opposition. We know that no one is perfect, but we feel that Mr. Greer has been already received chance after chance. I mean, we went from a second-degree murder charge where he was sentenced to life that was eventually resentenced to 40 years for manslaughter, in which he stated he did get out and somehow another ended back up in jail. So I'm not really even clear if he took full responsibility for why he ended back in jail. I never heard him state that, but I'm not even sure what he's done or what he has learned from these things, because he's right. He's bit the bullet more than one time. So we're standing with the board and what decision they make.
Okay, Tamika, thank you very much. All right, at this time, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, and that is Miss Ledoux, and she is going to ask you questions.
Mr. Grayer?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you living when you were released in 2015?
With my sister. But my mom was living then. My mom was still living then in Independence.
And not the same sister that's on today?
Yeah, but she stayed on the land. We have some property. She stayed right across from us.
Okay.
But my mom was living, so I was with my mom at that time.
Why did you keep getting in trouble with women? What was the deal?
I guess after being incarcerated so long, and I was always reared to be a pretty boy, and I'm just being honest with you. I don't know. I guess it was just misreading, misjudging people. You know, they had this thing, the hot boy thing that was out, and like all the women, I'm being honest with you, all the women was after me. I didn't have no discipline to say no, you know, and one thing lead to another. I got, you know, like they said, had a saying, like they have 20 women to one man, and I was a victim of that. It had to be a victim because none of it meant me any good, and nothing came good out of it through me learning from it now, today. And that's just what it was. No discipline.
You had a domestic abuse battery by strangulation charge, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I'm be honest with you, ma'am. I think I had several of those, and that was the result of having so many female kind of confidence at that time. And that's what they do. I don't have no convictions of that. I have some arrests, and I do admit, but when you don't give them what they want, that's what they do. And I've learned from that. I'm single, celibate, and saved. And I can't make up for, if I may, for my yesterdays. Who I am today I'm not that guy. I just need I'm just asking y'all. I know all y'all have is that.
So you're wanting to go back to independence?
Yes, ma'am. That's where I'm
from.
from.
Thinks that you're pretty boy.
No.
So what's gonna be any different this time when you go back into the same environment?
Because I've lost my mama incarcerated. I've lost my entire family during my incarceration. I haven't had the opportunity to go to a NAM funeral. Like I said, my trials and tribulations are the reason I am who I am today. And the pain never goes away. Me being incarcerated, I'm so wise and knowledgeable now. And I can take accountability for every action that I've taken yesterday. I just want a chance to cherish the moment that the Father is giving me right now with my grandbabies, with my sister. I never thought a day would come I would lose a son. I never thought a day would come I would lose my brother and not be able to see. All I can have the last memory of him. You know, these things take you for the rest of your life.
Well, I mean, being incarcerated for 20 years for manslaughter should have helped you with that. Then you get out and you're doing these things. Tell me what you've been doing since you've been back in this last time, programming. What kind of job do you have? Tell me about that.
I finished the 100 hours pre-release. If you're familiar with pre-release, it consists of a cumulative of lessons and journeys through anger management, alcoholism, everything. I don't drink or smoke. Never had a problem drinking or smoking, and behavior therapy, everything. And I took up in parenting. As a first offender, as not what they call it. My risk assessment score is a low risk. That's all I'm able to take. So everything that was allowed for me to take, I took it. Every change from within in my heart that I need to make me a better man, I'm that man today as I stand and look at you. I'm not Paxton from yesterday. I'm not Paxton from 2015. I'm not Paxton coming out after 20 years of Angola. I was excited. You know, I had life sentence. I was doomed. Burl Kane said that 95% of us would die in there, and I was one of the ones that didn't die in there. I made it out of there. I was just excited, overzealous. But the pain has calmed me, has sustained my soul to nothing. I just want to just be able to hold my grandbabies and, you know, I'm family oriented.
Okay, so let me ask you this. What is
Yes,
your
ma'am.
assignment while you're there in the facility?
Nothing. I'm in the dorm now.
So
I don't do anything.
You don't
I'm through with my classes. There's no more classes offered here.
Ma'am, if I may speak on Paxton's behalf, this is Lieutenant Morgan. This is the second time Paxton has come to our facility. He was here in 22 in September up until about December of 23. When he was here at that time, he was a kitchen trustee. He also assisted in commissary. He assisted with any task that was asked of him, and he did so very graciously and was very grateful for the opportunity to be able to be out of the dorm and to work and to help out. When he came back to us in December of last year, we also put him back in the kitchen because of his expertise and because of his persona and the aura that comes from Paxton. Paxton has changed so much in the year that he was here previously to when he came back. He's very articulate. We've had him talk to a group of young Catholic school students. They were very, very moved by Paxton's speech and by Paxton's experience and the way he presented that to them. I think if given the opportunity, he has grown a lot as a man and with his relationship with Jesus Christ, that he likes to help others broaden their minds and get that connection with them through him and him explaining his experience and how it led him to that. I do believe he is remorseful. I think right now he's just really nervous. Speaking to the board, he feels like he's being put on trial all over again, and in a way he is. But I think that he would make a difference and make better decisions. I think he could use a little bit more anger management classes to help him communicate his words better, but that's just my opinion.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So you're sitting there doing time and you don't have any job assignment right now?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Is there a reason he doesn't have a job assignment?
Yes, ma'am. Right now, we were really shorthanded in our kitchen with getting trustees. We've had some issues in our facility with some other matters. And he really needed a break, to be honest with you. I was speaking with the warden who's in here now. He's working to replace some trustees and reassign some new trustees. It's only his 4th day in office. So he's trying to get a gauge of what trustees are good and what they're good at to make a job reassignment for Paxton. He's not permanently unassigned a job. It's just that he needed a break. He was working 7 days a week in the kitchen on both shifts.
Okay. I'd like to pass to my colleagues to ask any questions, and I'll reserve to ask any questions that come up. Thank you.
Mr. Prater, do you have anything?
Yes, I'd like to know, you were charged with second-degree murder, and then you ended up getting a manslaughter charge after you went and appealed that, and you got, what was your sentence at that time?
I got a life sentence for the second-degree murder.
Right.
I appealed my life sentence through what they call Brady material. Brady material is evidence that
right.
When I caught my murder charge, I pleaded that my action was in self-defense. The man got on the stand. An expert testimony witness said that the victim had 2 shots to the backs that killed my justifiable homicide for a responsive verdict for the jury to come back with. When I appealed, I did my whole appeal and I lost. I came back on newly discovered evidence because I got my district attorney file And in my district attorney file, the same individual that got on the stand and said that the victim had 2 shots to the back, I found the autopsy that didn't show the 2 shots to the back. And in my discovery, at the time, the lawyer that I had, I asked for all those, I asked for the exculpatory evidence, inculpatory and exculpatory evidence, and the district attorney said that it did not exist. So that made it Brady evidence because I could have used that to prove that I did not shoot this man in the back 2 times. The autopsy never showed the 2 shots to the back. And they agreed with me that it was Brady material, and they resentenced me to manslaughter.
Okay. So did you commit the manslaughter?
Yes, sir, but it was in self-defense.
Okay. And what year was that you ended up, what year was that you shot this person?
1995.
And how long did you spend in jail from 95 until you were released?
To 2015, March the 3rd, 20 years and 3 months.
Spent 20 years. And then how long were you out?
5 years.
Before you got revoked, correct?
Yes, sir. I got revoked in 2019.
Okay. And how long have you been in this time?
6 years.
Okay. And what you got revoked for was domestic abuse strangulation. Is that correct?
No, sir. The charge was domestic abuse strangulation, and I took a plea to criminal mischief.
Okay. All right. Okay. But you say there could have been others, or there were other cases out there probably, but because you weren't acting right at the time. Is that correct?
The cases of what?
I thought I heard you say other domestic abuse cases.
No, that was at the time, the females that I was dating, that would be a plot that they would use against me not to leave.
And that's
say, I'm call the police.
That's after you got on revocation. I mean, after you got on parole or before?
No, that was before. I've never been out since my revocation. I've been locked up 6 years.
Okay.
Since my revocation hearing.
Yes. All right. Well, I knew that, but I meant in between, was the domestic thing when your girlfriend was getting...
That was before my revocation.
That was before your revocation, but
yes,
after
sir.
You got out.
Yes, sir. After I got out for the 20 years.
Right. I got you. I'm with you. That's what I wanted to get straight. And I wanted to hear you say that and hear what you had to say. You got some other crimes in your past, kind of violent crimes, correct?
But no conviction. I'm not a violent individual. I'm asked if you think if I was a violent individual, I've been incarcerated 6 years and I've been to all different, look at my paper, I've been to different facilities all over Louisiana and I haven't had a fight. I haven't had an incident. I make trustee everywhere I go as a cook. So I'm just saying that my actions have proved that what you see before you isn't the truth to my character as a man from within, in spite of what the papers say. And that's why I'm trying to get to y'all to see that I'm not that person anymore. Okay. I'm not violent. I never have been.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I had was to get all that business straight.
Yes, sir.
Chairman.
Okay. So I'm just going to ask. Okay. So I see the 2019 and it said domestic abuse, strangulation, criminal damage to property. And then it was played down to criminal mischief 2020. But then, so it says prior revocation of 2017, a new felony arrest, and it was aggravated assault, second degree battery, and false imprisonment. And that was played down to simple battery charge in order to complete a department approved transitional work program not to exceed 6 months. So is that's 2 separate times? Am I correct, or am I just reading that wrong?
Yes, ma'am. That's 2 separate times.
So the one that was aggravated assault and false, was that against a female also?
Yes, ma'am. I was attacked. She wasn't attacked. She attacked me.
Well, it says prior revocation on 2/17/2017 for a new.
Yes, ma'am. I took that charge to trial and lost it.
So you took the charge. So this is your charge against you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're just saying, and the female actually did it, but you got the blame.
Yes.
Okay. And then we got another one, the domestic abuse strangulation, which is just 2 years later, and there again, another plea. And so that was a different lady.
Yes, ma'am.
So 2 different women back to back. Okay, so I needed to know that. Anybody else have any questions? No? Miss Ledoux, would you like to vote? Well, let me see. I think I'm supposed to ask you, I think we know everything that you have to say, but do you have any kind of final statement before we vote?
Yes, I ask that y'all don't hold my past against me. If I'm never given a person to make the necessary changes from within as I have made it during these 6 years, how will I ever be able to prove it to you? I just asked for a chance to prove to you that I'm not that man that you're reading those charges against. I'm saved. I'm filled with the Holy Spirit. I'm so wise and knowledgeable now. You know, I have my grandkids. I have more things that means more to me now. I'm not that guy, and I just asked for a chance to prove it to you.
Okay.
Everything that I could get in jail, I got it. I got 100 hours pre-release. I got anger management. I got every class attainable. There's nothing else for me to get here.
Okay.
All I can do is succeed now.
Ms. Ledoux?
Mr. Grayer, stop talking.
Yes, ma'am.
Stop talking. You're making yourself worse. Okay, listen. I am looking at what you have done since you've been in. The last time that you came before a panel, this is a rehear. You're at the discretion of the board.
Yes,
you
ma'am.
had a hearing in 23.
Yes, ma'am.
And it was a split vote, 2-1. And I believe at that time the warden had some positive things to say about you. I am going to vote that you go to a work release program, that I'm going to grant and send you to a work release program. And I guarantee you that's where you could really find out if you're going to mess up, because they'll be watching you. And then upon release, I would expect you to take an or a domestic abuse battery class. So it has to specifically be domestic abuse battery, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know, you're a Christian now. You need to
Yes, ma'am.
read about humility, because you don't have it yet. Okay, that's an area, spiritual growth area, humility. You're not as wise as you think you are yet. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That's just one vote.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Prater.
What he's done, proud of his attitude, and I'm proud of the way that they speak about him at the institutions. However, because of his violent crime in his past, I mean, some very serious violent crimes, my vote is to deny this request.
Okay, and I concur with Mr. Tillis. I already have, I was listening to you, and that's why I asked those 2 questions I did. You have serious violent crimes against women. And that was when you got out. You should have known better for doggone sure. You should have wanted to stay out. So my vote today is to deny also. So that's 2 votes to deny and 1 to grant. So today, sir, your parole has been denied, and the time is 12:45, and we are closing off at this facility.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, good afternoon.
The Committee on Parole Call to order. Today's date is September the 25th. The time is 12:52. My name is Carolyn Simpson. I'm serving as the chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are on Zoom, Jerry Ledoux, Steve Prater, and I'm at DOC headquarters. And the remote location is at CALCASIEU Correctional Center. Is there any staff in the room, would you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Could they introduce themselves, please, for the record? Hey, what's your name, please?
Deputy Bradshaw.
Deputy
Bradshaw.
Okay. All right. All right. And Mr. Pierre, will you say your name and your DOC number for the record, please?
RYNELL Pierre, DOC number 609-486.
Okay, so you have your questionnaire in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So based upon your questionnaire, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. You realize that, and you don't have anybody here with you today. You don't have counsel or anybody in support of you today, okay? All right, so we're going to proceed. I'm going to have your case. I was assigned your case today. So I'm going to read out the violations, and you're going to plead each one guilty or not guilty, and with a statement if you choose. So on or about 12/16/2024, you engaged in new criminal conduct, which resulted in your arrest by Lake Charles Police Department for possession with the intent to distribute of marijuana, possession with the intent to distribute of synthetic cannabinoids, possession with intent to distribute fentanyl, obstruction of justice, drug paraphernalia, hit and run, and resisting an officer. The court, and it says court on 20/27/2025. So how do you plead for that?
I pled not guilty.
You're pleading not guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, and you have failed to pay your supervision fees and have in arrears a total of $255.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you plead guilty on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to start off with some questions, and then my board members will have more questions, I'm sure. Okay, so you have a lengthy series of crimes, and you say you're not guilty of any of it, the hit and run, resisting arrest, the drug paraphernalia, all of it?
I would say, if anything, I was guilty of resisting arrest. I did run. I was in fear of my life at the time.
Okay, feared your life from the law enforcement officer?
No, the situation that I was in, someone had pulled a weapon on me right prior to that. And when I seen the cops, I just felt like it was a good time to try and get out of the situation that I was in.
So why were you in a situation somebody just pulled a gun on you?
I had caught a ride with some guys. My truck had broke down and I had caught a ride. And me and one of the passengers of the vehicle ended up arguing when we made it to the store, and I was attempting to call me another ride, and he pulled what I assumed was a weapon on me.
It says you advised that the male with the gun was in the brown jacket, and you were in the rear of the vehicle.
I was outside the vehicle at the time.
Okay, tell me about all the drugs.
I was not aware I had just caught a ride. I was only catching a ride to Wendy's. Well, another ride was coming to pick me up because my vehicle was broke down. So the guy that was going to fix my vehicle, he was supposed to be picking me up from Wendy's, but somebody had took my phone who I was in the car with. They had stole my phone prior to me exiting the vehicle. So I was trying to get my phone back, find out where my phone was at. And that's whenever me and the guy got into an argument and he pulled a weapon on me.
Can you tell me any more about the incident?
I just was catching a ride. I wasn't aware of what was all in the vehicle.
Miss Ledoux, do you have any questions for this inmate?
Yes, I do. I actually am sitting here looking at the police report, and on page 5 of the police report, it said that the officer transported Levi to the police department, and while in booking, Pierre would soon arrive from the hospital asking what his charges are. When advised, Pierre stated that the marijuana and synthetic cannabinoids were his, but he did not know who the fentanyl belonged to. So you admitted to the officer that that part of the drugs were yours. And so I don't know when you're not telling the truth, okay, whether it's here or there. And I also know that when you arrived to do your intake with the probation and parole officer, you tested positive for methamphetamines, amphetamines, and THC. So you were already doing drugs when you went to sign up for parole, right?
Yes, ma'am. I came out of jail with a drug habit.
I know. And it continued, it sounds like. You also had some restitution you were supposed to be paying, and you got behind on your restitution.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, Mr. Prater, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Pierre, do you have anything you'd like to say before we vote?
Yeah, is it any way that I could be sent somewhere where I can get help for my problems?
Well, that's something that yeah, we can request it, that you stay in there and then that you be sent. There's an excellent program, Steve Hall. We can't command that it be done, but we can say that you would like to get help with your substance abuse problems.
Yes, ma'am.
So, is that what so now are you pleading guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
So number 4 with the marijuana and synthetic drugs and fentanyl and obstruction of justice, drug paraphernalia. So now you plead guilty on all of that?
Well, the marijuana, yes, but the fentanyl, I didn't have no knowledge about any of that.
Okay, so you plead guilty for marijuana.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
And you plead guilty for you failed to pay supervision fees.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the findings of the preliminary hearings was probable cause was found for the violation based upon the offense report and Mr. Pierre's admissions to the allegations. And probable cause was found for number 10. So today I'm voting to revoke you based upon probable cause for number 4 and 10. And Ms. Ledoux, how do you vote?
My vote is to revoke.
Mr. Freeman. Not Freeman, Prater.
Yes, ma'am. I vote to revoke also.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, today you have a unanimous decision to revoke, and then we'll see what we can do to get you where you need for substance abuse. And that's good that you want that, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Y'all have a blessed one.
Okay, thank you too. And we're signing off from CALCASIEU Correctional, and the time is 1:01.
That the only thing you want today?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is September the 25th, 2025. The time is 1:08. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm serving as chairman on today's parole panel. My colleagues on the panel today by way of Zoom are Steve Prater and Jerry Ledoux. The panel today, I'm located at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. The remote location is the Avoyelles Women's Correctional Center. Do you have staff in the office with you there? Could they introduce themselves, please?
Yes, ma'am. Melissa DeVinny.
Melissa, okay.
Megan.
And, all right, and Miss Walden. Oh, I'm sorry, it's another person I didn't look up. What was your name again?
Megan Diavio, the warden.
Oh, okay, thank you, Megan. Okay. All right, and then Miss Walden, can you say your name and DOC number for the record, please?
Yes, ma'am. Jocelyn Walden, 755-155.
Okay. All right. I'm going to read some information for the record, and you'll let me know if I'm correct, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You're a second-class offender. Your parole eligibility date is 12/5/2025. Your adjusted date is 7/17/2026. Your full-time date is 12/5/2037. You have a total sentence of 16 years. Your sentence was 8 years hard labor, suspended, 3 years active probation with special conditions, revoked on 2/25/2022, and 1 year hard labor. Your offenses was distribution of methamphetamines, distribution of bupropion. I'm sorry, I can't say it right. And then methamphetamines and possession of Schedule II methamphetamines less than 2 grams. And I don't know if that's morphine. Did you have distribution of morphine?
It's Suboxone.
Suboxone. Okay, I got you. All right. All right. And your reason for revocation was you were arrested by officers with the Springfield Police Department on December the 7th, 2021 for committing the offense of possession of methamphetamines less than 2 grams. And you also failed to report as instructed, and you failed to pay supervision fees, and you failed to seek employment. That was so. Is all that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your case has been assigned to me today. But before we start, well, Jocelyn, would you say in your words what got you back into prison again and why you should be released early?
My addiction is what got me into all of this. It was very, my view on life was distorted. My choices were out of control. My addiction had taken control of everything. Why I should be granted parole is because I feel like I've done a lot of work to figure out what was going on with me. With Celebrate Recovery specifically, I've grown so much. I'm definitely not the same person. I'm in recovery, and I have 3 children who deserve their mom, present and sober.
Okay. In the room, Megan or Melissa, is there anything you'd like to speak to us about? Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Since Jocelyn's been here, she's had an outstanding disciplinary record, and she's helped to facilitate the Celebrate Recovery classes and the Life's Healing Choices. Plus, she teaches a Bible class every week, and she's been employed, in jobs at the facility the whole time she's been here.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Darren. Okay. You having support for you that would like to speak? Melissa Davini. Well, is that Melissa that just spoke?
Yes,
ma'am.
Sorry, it's been a long day. Okay, and Cynthia, what did you want to speak, Megan? Did you?
I just wanted to say that she's very good offender, helps a lot in the facility, and we hope that y'all grant her what she deserves.
Okay, thank you very much, both of y'all. Okay, so we have Cynthia Liddy. Your mother.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead and speak, please.
No, we so forward to having Jocelyn home, and we pray that you grant her release. She's got children that are excited, and a brother and sister, and we just feel like it'll be very beneficial for her to be able to fulfill what God's will is for her. We truly feel like this has been a miracle. It's been a journey. It's not about me, but I just prayed that he would save her, and he did. And we are grateful, and she knows that. She has the tools. She's got roots like a tree, and very excited to see what God's going to do with this.
Right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay. Let me ask you some questions on your substance abuse, because clearly that's the root of all the problems going on here. What kind of treatment have you taken for that?
I've taken substance abuse 1 and 2.
Okay.
We have NA and AA. I've taken and completed Celebrate Recovery and Life's Healing Choices, and a facilitator training program for Celebrate Recovery. And now I've had help facilitate 5 Celebrate Recovery courses and 5 Life's Healing Choices that I've been a part of.
Well, I know that what was your favorite thing out of those classes that you heard that meant the most to you?
I actually have 2, and I'm really nervous. But the principle where you consciously choose to commit your life and will to Christ's care and control, as a conscious decision every day, not making impulsive decisions about just trying to cover up how you feel. I love that one. And then the last principle, which has seemed to help me the most since completing the first course, is where you share the gift that you've been given. And recovery has really been a gift for me. And you share that with other people.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so seriousness of your crime was the distribution of all those drugs. And my colleague, I thought he asked a very very important question earlier, something that I'd like to ask you. If somebody sold those drugs or gave those same drugs to your children, how would you feel?
I don't have words for how furious, mad I would be. Even now, just hearing about people, I am very, very remorseful. And it is such a destructive thing to do, not only for yourself, but for your community, for your family.
You can see, I mean, this was a lot of drugs. You got to count 1 and 2, and all of it was distribution of very serious drugs.
Yes, ma'am.
It goes a long way when you do something like that. It hurts a lot of people. And then they steal from their family in order to get money once they get hooked on drugs, you know, so that they can buy more drugs. And I know I know from hearing just now, I mean, you're a wonderful person in there. You are. And your family loves you, and I'm sure about that. But the facts of it are that your criminal history is very serious. Does either of my colleagues, either one of y'all like to speak at this time?
I do have a question. Have you had your pre-release, the reentry class? Have you had that?
No, ma'am. It's not offered to my knowledge. They offered something like that, but I haven't recently heard that it's offered here.
Okay. Can anybody, Warden, can you or Melissa speak to that?
No, it has not been currently offered here. Usually they go away to another facility, Tallulah, is it? That they are transferred to for that program.
Okay. And thank you. And then the next question, Jocelyn, is this your first time to serve actual time in jail?
Yes, ma'am.
So you've been in 3 years?
Yes, ma'am. It'll be 4 in December.
4 in December. Wake up call, huh?
Yes, ma'am. Very, very much so.
Okay. I have no other questions.
Mr. Prater?
Ma'am, I don't have any questions. I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Jocelyn, I'm really proud of all the good things that you're doing right now. But you've only served 4 years of a 16-year sentence. And you do have law enforcement opposition. The crime is very serious, and it affects many, many other lives. So at this time, I'm going to have to vote to deny your parole.
Okay, my vote today would be to grant parole conditioned upon completion of your pre-release with special conditions during supervision that you have elevated drug screens and that you participate in some type of recovery program, either AANA or Celebrate Recovery.
Okay, Mr. Prater?
I concur with Ms. Ledoux. I think you've served enough time, and I think you've learned your lesson. So my vote would be to grant this with the same conditions Ms. Ledoux said.
So you've received 2 out of 3, but you need a unanimous, don't you?
Yes. She needs unanimous. She's denied today.
But I can reconsider, can I?
Please.
Okay. I'm going to reconsider because Ms. Ledoux thought of some conditions that I didn't think of, and I respect their opinion, and I think they're very good conditions. So today I'm going to vote to grant you and On the same, I'm going to concur with Ms. Ledoux. And so that concludes our business today. And you have an unanimous decision to grant your parole with special conditions.
Thank you so much.
Okay, do well.
Will I have something telling me those conditions again? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right. You're welcome. We're signing off today of Avoyelles Women's Correctional Center, and the time is 1:21, and that concludes our business of the day.
I don't even know what she said the conditions were.